Meeting of the Eagle Mountain Saginaw Independent School District to order. Let the record show a quorum of board members is present and that this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. And we will welcome everyone. Glad to have you. Hope you're getting ready for the holidays. I'm putting on a facade and pretending that I'm ready. So again, welcome. We're all glad that you're here. We're going to start with some individuals that would like to speak. So before we do that, I'm going to give you the rules, participation rules for this meeting. We do have 4 speakers this evening. So thank you all for coming to share your opinion. A few rules of our order regarding the public comment portion of this meeting. According to board policy, each speaker has up to 5 minutes to speak. When necessary for effective meeting management or to accommodate large numbers of individuals wishing to address the board, we may make adjustments to public comment procedures. Under these adjustments, every individual wishing to speak will be given no less than 1 minute, but we're not going to make that adjustment tonight. You may also provide a written statement to the board to supplement your comments if desired. We will have our board secretary, Mr. Steve Newcomb, keeping time tonight, and we'll hold up time cards showing the time you have remaining. There also should be a countdown on the clocks, on the TVs. The board may not ask or answer questions or make any comment regarding public comments not associated with posted agenda items. The board may respond with specific factual information or existing policy may be furnished in response to inquiries on a posted agenda item. Please note that to comply with FERPA laws on student privacy, you may not mention a student by name. And additionally, according to board policy, you may not make derogatory comments about any individual staff member, either by name or title. Should you need to file a complaint, you may do this through our formal grievance process outlined in the board policy. So again, thank you all for coming. And our first speaker is Dawn Reynolds.
Good evening, Dr. Colbert and Dr. Chadwell and the board. This is hard to say goodbye to somebody, and I just wanted to, first of all and foremost, thank you for the opportunity to be able to come and express our gratitude for Dr. Chadwell. He has by no means surpassed every expectation that could be set for superintendent. And I want to stay on my side of the table. I don't want to go to what he does, because I had a principal one time tell me, as a teacher, you think about the students that are in your care. And then as a principal, not only do you have to think about the students, but you also think about the staff. And I told her right then, I was like, I'm on this side. I don't want that. So I can only imagine how little sleep he gets and what he does for our district. There have been so many times that we've been able to reach out to him and he responds immediately to anything and every concern and hears it and keeps so many things from coming to fruition to have to be brought to the board. And we truly, truly appreciate that. Our new superintendent does have big shoes to fill. And I wish you, Dr. Chadwell, the very best in your retirement. We have left you a little gift and on behalf of the Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD UEA members and the teachers of our district. We hope that you and your wife will be able to go and enjoy a lovely dinner. I did get recommendations from Becky and Dr. Tolbert, so if you don't like it, you can take it up with them. But I just wanted you to know how very much we appreciate everything.
Thank you, Dawn.
You will be very missed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn, very much. Okay, our next speaker is Mr. Vince Puente.
Good evening, trustees and Mr. Chadwell. It's just amazing that you're going to be retiring. I shouldn't be spending my time talking about that, but I had the pleasure of meeting with him on some Tarrant Appraisal District business. Impressed with his depth of knowledge, his passion for this school district, for schools. It's just hard to believe he's going to do that, but he's going to show up in that community. Hopefully I'll be working with him on projects in the future. Well, good evening. My name is Vince Puente, and I own a small business here in town called Southwest Office System. I'm the current chairman of the board of directors for the Tarrant Appraisal District, or TAD as most of you are familiar with. I'm here to ask you to consider allotting all of your 178 votes for board member position. Let me just give you a few facts about where we are in this election. Tonight's the last night. There are 5 school districts that have meetings tonight: Carroll ISD, Eagle Mountain, Saginaw, Hurst, Bedford, Euless. City of Flower Mound has 2 votes, and Northwest ISD. Those ISDs all have the large votes. Carroll ISD, most likely, I believe, will cast all their votes for Mr. Alfred, and he's a good candidate, I suppose. I don't know yet. First, HEB will cast all their votes for Mr. Campos. Now, saying that, and then on top of that, if you're not aware, Birdville ISD recasted their votes. They've done all for Campos and 20 votes for Ms. Burgess, and they have recasted those 20 votes for Mr. Campos, which is something that's never happened before. So we take that on consideration. Mr. Blaylock has got 809 votes, Ms. Pena 693, Mr. Campos will be at 797, Mr. Alfred will be at 661. That pretty much assures those 4 people that they have the 4 of the 5 seats. That leaves Ms. Burgess and myself almost tied at this point for that last seat, and there's a great deal of difference between the 2 of us. Upon my first few months on the board, which I joined the board back in April of 2023, so it's not been that long a period of time, I did a few months of learning how it operated and then learned very quickly the problems they were having. In my second meeting, I was the instrument that had them lower their budget. It's just never been done before because, quite frankly, it was a rubber stamp board prior to that. As a businessman, I'm not a rubber stamp. I have to listen to what's going on and make the best decision I can. Then in the last quarter, I think you all know of the turnover upheaval of Tarrant Appraisal District and leadership. I was a key member in that turnover. It was time to turn over to the new chief appraiser, and it was time to turn over how TAD was operating as a whole. When we started 2023, I was instrumental in hiring 2024, the new chief appraiser, which I think is an excellent one, and we're still teaching him as we go. We have complete turnover of the entire directorship. Every single director is in a new position there. This is not the old leadership. And we are building a new TAD, and it is a building process. In addition to that, one of my focuses has been on the budget. Yes, we increased our budget considerably, but it was all about security and IT. And when you look at just the operating portion, we actually reduced it by 5%. My intent is to get that reduction down further. Unlike, and I hate being this direct, but it really gets down to Ms. Burgess and myself. Unlike Ms. Burgess, she was a big supporter of the prior chief appraiser. She was a supporter of how TAD was operating in 2023 and before. And she's never attacked a single dollar on that budget. It's just 2 different points of view. It doesn't make her wrong or me right, but it's 2 different points of view. In the last half, Ms. Burgess, I'm sorry, in January this year, my TAD peers, so first full year on the board, they elected me as chairman of the board, which was surprising and such an honor. They could have elected any board member, including Ms. Burgess, which had the most tenure on the board, but they did not. I believe I was shown bold leadership in the shaping of TAD, as well as engaging challenges such as cyber attack. The spring was $0 paid out to the attackers. This summer, I brought balance and common sense to the conversation of the 2025 reappraisal plan and helped influence the outcome to be a 2-year plan rather than the 3-year plan that was presented. For the past 2 months, I brought focus on how each ISD is appearing to perform relevant to the PVS program, Property Value Studies. I publicly stated that if I continue on the board, there will be a review again in January of the PVS. In February, I will call for a vote of reappraisal of any given district that we believe will fail the PVS. I do not believe in that. As a businessman, regardless of charter, private, or homeschooling, without strong ISDs, Tarrant and the surrounding areas will not have healthy growth. ISDs are critical to the infrastructure of the community. As for 2025 reelected, time up. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate y'all's time.
Thank you so much.
Merry Christmas. God
Merry
bless you.
Christmas. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Puente. Our next speaker is Daniel Bennett.
End of an era. Daniel Bennett, White Sullivan, Mr. Chadwell, I know your journey in life's not done. If you can do what you did here in your next episode, Tarrant County will only benefit. And I'm so thankful I've known you for the time that you and I had time to get to know each other and this board. And Mr. Boaz, I mean, you were at the February 12th meeting with the chief appraiser, new chief appraiser. You guys have an advocate right here, Mr. Boaz. And as is Mr. Dukem, and as is Mr. Daugherty. The other newer, Ms. Ring. I mean, you guys were, in 2017, you guys were on it. And so now we're at an end of an era. So many good changes been made at TAD. We had to overcome so many roadblocks as a unit. We may not be where we want to be today based on what's occurred over the summer with these at-large members. Me and Mr. Campos have been lockstep since 2016. I earned all of HEB ISD votes in 2017, and he and I have become fast friends going forward. Fred was there too, that same day. I invited 17 elected and formerly elected officials. One had surgery, one was skiing, the other one didn't return my call. Everybody else showed up. It is to be good stewards of your time and your budgets to make sure you're funded. That is what we need to do going forward. Fred and I have met with 3 CFOs, including Mr. Welch. I met with Mr. Welch and Ms. Hyad. Fred and I have met with 3 other CFOs. I also met with Everman ISD CFO. Somebody needs to articulate to this board the risks to your school district. Now we're talking about Ms. Burgess. She sat there this summer in July. She voted yes on the reappraisal plan. And then in August, when it came time to approve the final version, they went to executive session. When they came out of executive session, she disappeared. I thought she was in the bathroom. No, she wasn't in the bathroom. She's gone. So we don't know where her vote would have been. Well, I can tell you through my experiences with her on that board from 2018 forward, it would have been a yes vote. Now, how do I know that? Because anytime there was something to protect the district or to get along, to go along, we need people who can articulate and critical think. Mr. Fuentes brings that to the board. And going forward, Mr. Campos and I are going to articulate to the board your risk and make sure that this school district's protected. I don't want the good work, Mr. Chadwell, you've done to come unraveled. You and Mr. Shealy, you guys were aces. So I appreciate your time. I hope that you will continue to do the good work after your departure. And I'm sure they will. I'm sure you have given a legacy that can't be undone. I appreciate your time and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bennett. Now our last speaker is Ms. Kishnik.
A woman of many words, I'm going to try and keep it brief. Good morning, or afternoon, Dr. Chadwell and Board of Trustees. When I first spoke at a board meeting, it was about safety. Safety in our schools, and it had just started to really take off, the shootings and all of the things. And I'll never forget that night that you spoke to me and the things that you said to me. I left knowing that it was a better district and we were safer than I had originally thought. You've provided a safe place, an engaging place for all of our district and our kiddos. Who knew that a few years down the road, we'd be facing a much bigger challenge than anyone could have ever imagined. You were seamless in that challenge. Once we got past the initial hiccups, and I knew you were available to all of us, to our families, to our teachers, to our kiddos. And you gave parents and community members a way to help support our entire district of families with all of the needs that would have gone unsupported during that time. I am so very grateful to have been welcomed to work alongside you all these years and on so many different levels. You've definitely been one of my mentors. I appreciate all the hours and services that go unknown and unmentioned, and the more common hours that you put in that everyone knows about. You have changed the course of our community. Thank you for touching the lives of our district, our community, our families. but mostly my family and my 2 children that have grown beyond measure from being a part of our district. I know you will continue to be an impactful and passionate place supporting public education, and you will be missed in our day-to-day lives. And I appreciate you more than you know. And I know Julie and the kids will be glad to have you back. You won't have to be out on the roads at 5 in the morning when it's snowing and all of those types of things. So I love and appreciate you very much. And I'm very glad to have had you all these years.
Thank you, Misty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Okay, that concludes our speakers for this evening, so we'll go straight into our operations reports. And our first is Mr. Templeton to give us the demographic and housing analysis for the 3rd quarter.
Well, good evening, Board President, members of the board, Dr. Chadwell. It is great to be here with you this evening. And this is our 3rd quarter report, but I want to start by looking at the enrollment change that we've seen. This slide shows the enrollment by grade. And it's a table that shows the enrollment for the last 5 years. The gold bar is this fall's enrollment. This fall's enrollment was right at 23,913. So we saw almost 2% enrollment growth this year. So a little better growth than what we saw last year. That pink table in the middle is showing the low forecast that we provided this past summer, which we were forecasting 23,865. And you can see the difference underneath that is the difference compared from the enrollment to the projections. We saw a little big bump or a little bit of a bump in kindergarten this year, and those cohorts across the elementary grade levels grew almost 5%. The middle school grades grew about 5%. The high school remained pretty flat, which is what we see with most of our high schools that we work with across the state. When we look at the unemployment rate slide, we like to use the unemployment rate because it gives us a gauge for the workforce, the labor force. And anytime you're in that 4% range, you're basically fully employed. So again, the DFW region continues to see very good job growth. It's also seeing record-breaking population growth. And I don't see this changing anytime soon as far as the unemployment rates nor the population patterns. Texas is still the fastest growing state, and the DFW region is building more single-family homes than any region in the country. Here's the annualized start and closing graph. It's been a little bit of a roller coaster over the last 3 years. You can see the dramatic surge that we saw in 2020. And then when the Fed started raising the interest rates, dropped off. The good news now is when you look at the last 3 quarters, starts and closings now have got back close together. So that's a sign of a healthier market. We're not seeing as much buildup of inventory. They're able to sell those homes. The builders have been very aggressive with buy downs on the interest rates, some incentives to help that. So they've done their part to really kind of get buyers off the sideline. But our annualized rate of single family closings and starts is right at 48,000 homes, which is above where it was prior to the pandemic. When we look at the ranking report based on annual closings, the Eagle Mountain Saginaw School District is ranked 7th with 1,921 is the annual closing number. The inventory is finished vacant homes and those that are new homes under construction, 722. We've got about 1,700 vacant developed lots and about 10,599 future lots. When we track it by
Isn't that the highest in Tarrant County though? I mean, when you say, I'm looking at that, that's nothing in Tarrant. Northwest has a little bit in Tarrant County, but we're the leading new home ranking report in Tarrant County.
Tarrant County, that's a good observation. I do believe that's probably the case because Northwest is really 3 counties.
Right.
And so it's a good bit of Wise County and Denton County. And so I haven't thought of it in that term, but definitely could be the leader in Tarrant County. When we look at it by quarter, you can see for the last couple of quarters, we've started just over 360. We started 378 in the 3rd quarter. I suspect the 4th quarter could see more than 300 starts, putting that annualized start rate near 1,500. The closing rate is at 1,600 through 3 quarters, so we could be close to 2,000 homes closed in 2024. When we break out the new data, new single family homes by your elementary attendance zones, the Hatley zone is far and away in the #1 spot, building more single-family homes. We've got Comanche Springs in the 2nd spot at 252 starts. Bryson is in the 3rd spot at 223. But you can see we have 3 other elementary zones building well over 100 homes. So I would say very good growth in about 6 elementary zones across the district. Here's the map to kind of give you the big picture. The purple outlines are your current elementary attendance zones. The green shaded areas are your active subdivisions that are building single-family homes. The red outlines are where we have new development activity taking place. We have 31 actively building subdivisions. We have 8 future subdivisions that are in various stages of planning. We have groundwork underway on about 2,000 lots. So the developers are still moving forward. New lots are in the pipeline to be delivered. And we delivered about 374 lots in the third quarter. The multifamily picture, this is the big picture for multifamily across the DFW region. Those blue bars represent the occupancy rates, and we're still below 88%, which is some of the lowest occupancy rates that we've seen in well over 10 years. It is seeing a little bit of a softening in the rent rates. The rent rates have dropped about 2% from a year ago. And the main reason for that is we're building so many apartments. So much multifamily is under construction. You can see the unit change. That number was 37,217. That's the number of multifamily units that were added over the last year. And the unit absorbed, that's how many were rented. And it was only 18,000. So that's what's keeping that occupancy rate below 88%. And I don't see that changing anytime soon because we still have a tremendous amount of multifamily construction that's taking place. Here's the multifamily picture for the school district. Those purple shaded areas are the multifamily that are under construction. And we have 1,200 multifamily units under construction, almost as much multifamily as we do single family. Now the multifamily does yield much, much lower. So the multifamily yield is in that 0.1 to 0.2 range, whereas typically the single family yields closer to 0.5. We've got 1,200 units that are currently under construction, the purple shaded areas. The turquoise shaded areas are the planned multifamily units that are in various stages of planning.
When you're on your multifamily versus, you're putting the single family for rent, they're calling single family.
We call that multifamily.
That we are classifying
Yes.
that as multifamily.
Yes.
For this.
It's rental.
Yes.
And it's, it's in some cases it's 250 of those
Right.
on, a one owner property.
Right.
But I will say we're seeing that product all over. And so it's literally, I want to say just about every one of our DFW clients have this type of product being built. And there's a couple of reasons why it's so attractive. It's has the feel of single family. So it's typically one story. They have a little backyard. They have a little easier path to get into because you don't have to have the big closing cost that it would take. The other benefit for those are it's not a long-term commitment. So they're not having to commit to that mortgage. And so, but we are seeing this growing across our clients.
Bob, I see one of the future apartments. I believe it's currently zoned commercial. Could that be the case on those?
Could be, yeah.
Because I know it's one, there's been several zoning challenges in that area to put it into multifamily.
Multifamily zoning is usually the most difficult to get.
Right. So I was just looking at I guess it's the teal color. Some of the, at least one of those could be currently zoned something else that they're wanting to project apartments for.
They must be in the process of trying to get it
Yeah.
approved. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Now here is the overall multifamily yields across the district. So this is a thematic map. Those green shaded areas are current multifamily that are in your district, and they're yielding less than 0.25. The green, the yellow are yielding between 0.25 and 0.5. The orange between 0.5 and 0.75, and the red are yielding greater than 0.75. We've got about 1,400 units, 1,400 students that are residing in about 5,800 units across the district. The average yield across the district is 0.238.
Is that about what your other districts experience? Or is there?
Yes. I've seen some that yield a little lower than that. The areas that yield higher would be manufactured housing communities, because manufactured housing communities to us are similar to the single family for rent. That's actually the highest yielding is mobile home communities. And so, but no, 0.238 is, I'd say about normal. The fact that you've only got 1,400 students in that housing type is lower than a lot of our clients. Plano, that one is in that 40% of their students are in multifamily. And so the Plano, Louisville, Richardson ISD, it was almost 50% of their students live in multifamily. And that's a real challenge because they're very mobile and they tend to have 1-year leases and they can move. And so they tend to take advantage of this season that we're in right now. A lot of the apartments are offering concessions, and what that looks like, it can be anywhere from, 4 to 6 weeks of free rent and gift cards to grocery stores. And so when they start heavy on the concessions, then they like to move to take advantage of those concessions. And sometimes they stay in the district, just moving around to apartments within, but sometimes they move to another district. So it is a very mobile population. Now, we use the birth rate data, and I wanted to show you this slide. We don't always include the birth rate data slide, but I wanted you to see the history. So this goes all the way back to 2011, and we then use the 2006 birth data and use that number and compare it to the 2011 kindergarten number to give us a ratio. So back in that 2006 to 2009 period, we were very fast growth. You can see the ratio of kindergarten to births was actually much greater than 1. This is what Prosper would look like. Those other younger districts that are growing really fast. Now you'll notice over time, it dropped below 1. You can also see back in the 2020-21 year, it dropped to 0.95. And then the last 3 years has been 0.95 to 0.96. Going forward, I'm using 0.96 to 0.958 as the ratio that I'm using for my kindergarten projections going forward. So just to give you a glimpse, but you can see there is actually a very strong correlation for births to your kindergarten number. So we use this to help guide, and you can see in a couple of years, the number of births is actually going up.
How do you get the birth number?
It's from the state health department.
Just by zip code, I
By
guess?
zip code, yes. And so, but you can see, yeah, in a couple of years, when that number gets to 1961, that kindergarten number is going to float up to almost 1900 is what we expect in the kindergarten class in 2028. Now here's a look at the projections. Very similar to what happened this year. So we're forecasting about 400 students of growth for next year. Dips a little bit in the 26-27 to 367, and then we maintain that about 400 students of growth for the remainder of the forecast. As long as we're seeing, 1,500 single family homes, and we should see this type of growth. Now, this is a big year. This is a legislative year. What are we doing to prepare for the legislative outcomes that will likely present vouchers? We are leaning into some new data that will allow us to get addresses for charter schools, private schools. We're leaning into data that allow us to get address information on your leavers so that we can go further with tracking the change that's likely going to happen. We'll be able to communicate that back to the administrative team in the spring and in the summer. It's likely going to be May before we really know the outcome of the session related to the vouchers. I think we'll get a glimpse of it in the end of January, but it's going to be a battle. And then it'll be several months before we really understand what that impact's going to be. At the campus level, you've got a little bit of space at your elementaries with, you can see that Eagle Mountain Elementary approaches capacity in 4 to 5 years. Then you've got the Hatley zone and the Comanche Springs zone that are approaching and just over capacity in 5 years. At the secondary level, we've got 2 middle schools that are exceeding capacity, Prairie Vista and Wayside. So pretty good shape at your high schools. Nothing really getting, I guess the closest to capacity would be Boswell High School And then Chisholm Trail High School starts approaching capacity in about 4 to 5 years. Key takeaways, new home starts are settling into about a 1,600 annual pace. New home closings are tracking ahead of the starts right now. And the district has approximately 720 homes currently in inventory. We've got groundwork underway on about 2,000 lots. And we believe your enrollment's going to get to about 25,900 students in 5 years and more than 27,900 students in 10 years. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
On the 10-year forecast by grade level, Bob, if you follow that first grade, let's take 2020, 2021, first grade, and then follow down the second, third, fourth, and fifth, it looked like they grow about 300. Each of them look like they grow about 300 kids. Is that?
Yes. So we look at your cohort patterns to see, okay, based on the cohort history, and then we look at the housing, and then that's how we come to the projections. And we do that at each campus level. So we start at every elementary campus, work through those cohort history, study the housing for that elementary, and then build them into the forecast. So the forecast is actually hundreds of calculations just to get to that projection. And we start at the elementary and work our way up.
And I guess we get more just because that's it just seems like it falls very evenly. I can't imagine it grows that evenly. We have fourth graders, first graders moving in to become second graders. So we've got to have kids moving into the district that are spread out among those.
They are. And you can see how they're not, like you've got 1,500 in kindergarten and first, but yet your third and fourth grades are at 1,700. So definitely, as families are moving in, they may have older kids as they move in, which can cause those upper elementary grades to be a little higher than what we've got in those younger grade levels. That's
what about a trend that they send them to private school or other schools through elementary, and then when it gets time to play sports or be in choir or playing the band, then they transfer to middle school and high school?
I think the best way to look at that is this table right here. So you can see that, look at the bottom row, that gold bar across the bottom shows you how each grade grows. And this year's kindergarten class grew 7.5%. This year's first grade class grew almost 8%. Now, there are some families that will come into the school district at first grade. They may have gone to a private or another source for kindergarten and come in at first. That's why we do see first grade being a little higher, but then your second was 4%, third was 5.5%, fourth and fifth were only 2.9 and 3%, but yet look at seventh. Seventh grew about 5.7. That's why we do a 3-year average. So that gray kind of tan at the top shows you the 3-year average of those grade level growth, which, your middle school grades grow more than your elementary grades, to your point about coming out.
Okay.
Sometimes that can be the price of homes. The more expensive homes, for that family, it's not their first home. So that for those families, it may be their second or third home purchase, so they tend to be a little older families.
Any other questions?
Well, Dr. Chadwell, I want to thank you for allowing me to get to work with you over the last several years. I wish you well, and I'm sure we'll see you around in some other functions as well.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Timberman.
You're
Happy
welcome.
holidays. Okay, Mr. Welch, of construction update, please.
All right, I guess almost the last 3 years, we will not start with Eagle Mountain High School. We will move to Wayside is our hallmark school that we have going on right now. So that is just a drone aerial of the site, and just after a little bit of rain, so you can see some kind of little mud in there amongst it, but you can also see the work on the slabs. You can see the storm shelter. And there's a little bit of picture, we'll get a better picture in a little bit of the front slab for the driveway. Speaking of the driveway, these are the close-ups of that driveway. And you can see where there's rebar, they've got the pump truck, and it went across, mirrors up against Old Decatur. Then to the east there, you see a little, what I call white stuff or lime. And so now that has been formed up, and they will pour that this week and connect the two front drives in that area. So a lot of work going on in that area as far as trying to get the site and be able to get around it to just alleviate the mud and keeping it off the road. Challenges with that.
Is it going to have the same number of parking spaces or more than Wayside currently has?
It would have to have more because of the requirement.
There's more people, okay.
It's a bigger campus. Okay, this is just some aerials trying to show you what a lateral line looks like. In the geo, you can see the holes where they've been dug over here, and you can see the lateral line, and those have been connected. The one on the left just shows the rig, how they, the process of drilling those holes. So that is in the far corner, and that'll actually be our detention pond when it's all said and done. So just taking advantage of places where you can put them and you can access them if you ever need to. But hopefully by the end of this month, this whole backfield of geo wells will be completed in this area. Okay, this is just some overall site, just looking at driveway prep, some kitchen prep with the plumbing. And the one at the top is just really getting ready for a rough grade of the slab before you would see any of the rough end plumbing, things like that in that area in the final grade. Just some close-ups of the storm shelter. So they will top that out this week as far as the last concrete pour. So there's another row of those white blocks that go up. You can see in this that the rebar goes higher. So they'll pour that this week pending the rain. But you also see some of the first courses of the CMU block, which is the other athletic area. That's your other gym. That'd be the main competition gym that they're starting. If you drive by there and look at it today, you can start to see it gaining some height on it.
What gives that its higher rating? Just more steel in the walls, or what the walls are made out of, or
Steel
all
and
the
concrete, yes. And so it can handle an F5. So that's winds up to 250 miles an hour. So that would, in theory, that would be the only structure.
Yeah, that's about it.
Okay, just some updates on some other projects that we've been tracking. We've got Eagle Mountain High School still working through some punch items. It looks like we're early next year, maybe possibly February, that we'll be completing I would say most of them. You have some other things like all projects where if you're going to go do some concrete rework, you wait to the summer or you wait to a break so you can get in there, cut it out and re-pour it, just like we did with this out here during the break. So some of that will be going on at a different time, so it's just kind of on hold, but they're still working on the inside items.
Is that when you, maybe by the end of next summer is when you guys anticipate you probably have that punch, thousands of punch items?
Yeah, I think they're only down, there are 300 something left punch items.
Have they been responsive, good timing wise and all that, Core?
Well, these guys have it's a push. You have to push everybody to keep moving. Even though we've got their money, it's still, it's a daily thing. I would think they would agree with that. So, but I would say, we've got two other projects that we still haven't closed those out yet. And so this is, it never moves as fast as you want, but as far as the magnitude of that school, and we're talking 7-8 months later, so I would think they're doing a pretty decent job of getting that knocked out. But those guys will probably say they need to get better at it, but we'll keep on them. Okay, the YMCA facility, we met with them last week, went over some interior designs. There's basically two, you've got the Y side and you've got our locker room. And so our interior colors are probably different than Y color schemes. In general, you're going to see a lot of bright things. If you look at a Y, we would probably say to stay to our more neutral palettes in our locker room like we typically do. So we've worked through those and the tile and things that we would put in there. So we've made good progress on that. The contractors have been interviewed. They've given some proposals in February. Hopefully it'll be time to award a contractor, and they will be awarded pre-construction services. So they don't get at this point, they don't get the whole project. They got to put a budget together that they have to live within. If it goes over that budget, then that's it for that point. So there'll have to be some cost savings and some different plans to meet that level of money that we have allocated for that project.
Who's picking the contractor, us or the Y?
I say it's a joint effort, but they are taking the lead in it. It's the third party that they've hired, Rommel and Rommel. They do the heavy lifting, some of the research, part of that.
But we do have the right of refusal.
Right, we're part of that. I mean, it's a group effort, that's what we did when we shortlisted them, went through that process. And still looking at June, as long as we hit those budget parameters, I made sure that I put that down at the bottom. It has to meet the budget. There is no, got to find a way to meet the budget. So, and I got some more. High school renovation, met with VOK last week. Kind of was pleased with, we're going to have the ability, what we're looking at now to meet them. I mean, besides having the, what I'd call the big turf room, the multi-purpose room, everything else looks like we're going to have the equivalent sizes that we have at our other high schools. We're continuing to work on that, but it was pleased to know that we're getting, so they'll be just like, it'll be a different design, a different look, but as far as the square footage in there for locker rooms, coaches' offices, training rooms, weight room, it will be comparable to what we have at the other existing high schools. And Stephen G. Newcomb Middle School, the only thing I left off on this one is I left off Commissioner Ramirez. We're having a meeting in January that he is hosting, and we're meeting with all the three groups here to work on those challenges that all of us are facing up in that area. So we'll meet with the developer and the city representatives to see what the progress is and see what other avenues we might possibly have. So that'll always be a work in progress. And elementary, we're just working, VOK will be in there during Christmas, just trying to evaluate our current situation with the older part of the building. Just make us, evaluation of what we're facing there when if there's something in there that we want to blend into the current project, or one of our challenges would be to accomplish that. So, but that's all I have for tonight. If there's any questions.
Questions, comments? Thank you.
I just want to, just for people watching, Tim, the thing that the biggest challenge there with the middle school situation is the water, the 54-inch water on the Fort Worth. Just said, hey, by the way, you have to be on a different pressure plane and things like that. I know we had talked about it before, but I know just as, people are educated on what the significant speed bump, more than a speed roadblock
is. You jump
is.
the hurdle of the water, then you go to the sewer.
Yeah.
We are, as he said, the meeting that we have in January, we are having active conversations to explore every possibility in that area before we give up. We haven't given up. It's just that we know, as we've discussed in previous meetings, the likelihood is decreased simply because the water's not there, but we're also looking for temporary arrangements until that water comes. Same thing with the sewer as well. So we're going to explore all opportunities. And I'm going to be leaving, but also I'll be in that meeting on I think we're saying not 10th or whatever. We're going to be involved with that just to make sure that we can continue to push in that area, get across the finish line. And we have some interest from the county and also the city in that area and developers. They're all wanting this to happen now. A middle school is really good for growth. Any school is good for growth, economic impact around it directly. And so I think they're all very interested in making that happen if they can.
Anything else? Thank you, Clete.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Yeah, next is our finance report. Mr. Welch, you have 2 presentations, I believe.
Well, good evening, Dr. Chadwell, Dr. Tolbert. It's a pleasure to be in front of you tonight. We do, as you mentioned, from the finance office, have 2 reports for you. First report, we'll take a look at the relationship of our property tax values compared to outstanding bond levels, as we do each year at the same time. So just a reminder that while this is not an exact replication, but it is a good indicator of the item 12 or indicator 12 in the School First rating that looks at all of our long-term liabilities versus our assessed property values. So as a fast growth district, It's important for us to monitor that and predict the impact as it does relate to our necessity to issue debt and tie it to that indicator. So in this comparison, we show the history going back to 2015, where our ratio was 8.36%, as you can see in that top row. As we go across and just look at the columns, obviously, the fiscal year, that's for, in this case, if we look down where it says estimate, that first year is 2024, 2025, fiscal year ending 2025. Just so you know, that ties to tax year 2024. That tax year 2024 funds the 2024-2025 year. So just as we look at the numbers and we see the impact and we look at those taxable assessed valuations, we're actually talking about the valuations for 2024 that we currently are working with. And they remain estimates throughout the year as we go through the ARB process. So their full impact, again, we list that as estimated as when we're in the current year. So then we have our taxable assessed valuation. You can see in where we do have some adjustments for that and have marked that. The bond principal outstanding, and this is just a clarification that had come up, is our current debt level minus our net payments that we make to the principal each year, plus whatever new money issuances we make in that fiscal year as well. And we can see what we are projecting the way of new money issuances with that fifth column out there, but also we can see the change as we're from year to year with the fourth column there. And then obviously we're tracing down and watching the trend on the ratio where there with the right column. So in recent years, you can see that we did not issue additional bonds in 2023. Since that point, we have been in the mid-7 ratio percentage, and we're projected to remain there as cash flow, as we continue to cash flow projects with additional issuances, currently forecasted at about $100 million per year, as you can see in the last few rows there. Also looking back at 2023, you'll notice that the TAVs reflect the increase in the state homestead exemption from $25,000 increasing to the $40,000 level in that year. And then also in 2024, numbers along with the estimates all the way through 2027 reflect the implementation of the increase in the homestead exemption moving from $40,000 to $100,000. We did see double-digit percentage increases to our taxable values in 2022, 2023, and 2024. You don't necessarily, that's not necessarily reflected on here, but as you see those big jump from year to year, those were 13% or 12%, 13%, and then 10% in the 2024 fiscal year end column there. When you look at our current year, which is again listed as estimated 2025, our TAV value only grew about 6.87% is what we're sitting at right now. So just kind of say we've dropped below the double-digit level that we were at the last several years. Looking forward and making the assumptions, we've come back in the 2026 and 2027 years. We have made an adjustment there for what we anticipate will be trail off due to the reappraisal plan that we've talked about that TAD has approved at this point. So we're only estimating those growth levels there at about 5% for 2026 and 3% at 2027. And so knowing all that, you can see out there in that final column that we're remaining in the mid-7s. But what we are seeing is that we're starting to trickle up. And so we'll see that, I think we will see that ratio increase a little bit based on that current reappraisal plan. So again, watching trends, monitoring it, and right now we're where we should be as a fast growth district. Right now we get 6 points out of the possible 10 on the school first rating, and I don't see that changing. And so that would keep us at the A level in our school first level. And there's just not much we can do to adjust that for the fact that we do have to continue to invest in capital needs of our district.
Just to note that 4-point loss is the only loss in the last several first reports, because I believe we have 96, is that
We've
correct?
had, that is correct. That is the only number that impacted, and otherwise it'd be perfect score. And again, that's something that we just can't control as a fast growth district. So, yeah, we've had 96 for the last, I believe, 6 years.
Questions, comments? So Rob, with your permission, we're going to move a couple of things. So we're going to have you report with your other item after at 7. Okay?
Good.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
So thank you. So we're going to switch to Education Service Report. Mrs. Sanders, on the Comprehensive Campus Targeted Improvement Plans. Parkview and High Country.
Good evening, Dr. Chadwell, President, and board members. I am pleased to present the targeted improvement plans for Parkview Elementary and High Country Elementary this evening. These plans are mandated by the Texas Education Agency for any comprehensive support campuses and will be submitted to TEA in January, pending board approval. Progress will be reviewed throughout the rest of this school year, and an adjusted plan will then go to TEA in June, which I'll present to you prior to submission of any updates. This adjustment will be based on whether or not we receive the LASSO grant, and I will discuss that later on in the presentation. The Targeted Improvement Plan aims to address identified areas of need at Parkview and High Country Elementary. To create these plans, each campus's staff engaged in their standard campus needs assessment led by their principals. The campus then partnered with Education Service Center Region 11 to engage in the Effective Schools Framework Diagnostic in October. To ensure community awareness and involvement, an open hearing of the Targeted Improvement Plan was presented to the public at each campus on Thursday, December 5th, 2024, and a QR code was provided for public comment. The diagnostic, ESF, and needs identification process helped each campus to identify the area of greatest need. Both campuses identified rigorous instruction as their primary focus area. There are 4 key goals associated with the Targeted Improvement Plan included in Plan for Learning, where the Campus Improvement Plan is housed. By the end of the 24-25 school year, all students will make 1-year growth in reading, language arts, and math as measured by STAR. By the end of 24-25, students in the TEA identified underperforming student groups will perform commensurate to their peers at comparison campuses as measured by STAR. By the end of the 24-25 school year, Parkview Elementary and High Country Elementary will be moved to the Comprehensive Progress designation based on significant improvement made in the closing gaps domain and increased overall performance in student groups as measured by STAR. And by the end of the 25-26 school year, Parkview Elementary and High Country Elementary will exit comprehensive support status as evidenced by sustained improvement during the 2-year comprehensive support process as measured by STAR. So those are our measurable goals. The following actions have been identified to support both campuses with achieving their Targeted Improvement Plan goals. We have applied for the Learning Acceleration Support Opportunities, or LASSO grant, for curriculum implementation and professional learning communities through the Texas Education Agency. This grant program is designed to support educational initiatives that accelerate learning and innovation in the areas of strategic planning, instruction, and professional learning to strengthen instructional delivery and improve student academic outcomes. If awarded, the grant will provide additional resources to both campuses. We should know the outcome by March and begin implementation of the grant-funded work in April, if we receive the grant. If we do not receive the grant, we will continue with the plan using alternate funding sources at the district level by reallocating budget, staff, and materials as needed. This work has already begun. The plan from TEA really is in a planning phase a lot of times the first year, and this is a 2-year designation. So a campus has to remain in comprehensive support for 2 years. After the first year, you can move into progressing, and that's what we want to see. And then at the end of the second year, we want to see exiting this designation. So if the grant is funded, we can start allocating funds in April. We should start receiving them April, May. So the targeted improvement plan we're submitting to the state really does focus on actions that will take place in 25, 26. However, the actions that I'm going to share with you today, we've already started on, and we will continue to work through these actions this year and then into next year as we address the needs of those 2 campuses. So regardless of the award for the grant, the following actions will be taking place: principal training on observation of feedback cycles, weekly data meetings between the principal and myself, because I am the designated district coordinator of school improvement, as well as the principal supervisor, and district-led professional learning communities supported by the district math and RLA coordinators and attended by the 3rd through 5th grade teachers, campus coaches, and campus principals at each of those 2 campuses. The TIP will be monitored by me as the district coordinator of school improvement and led by the principals, with regular campus visits to observe and support data meetings, campus PLCs, internalization of lessons, instructional delivery, and there will be ongoing progress and adjustments as needed. I'm happy to answer any questions you have at this time.
I have a few.
Okay.
So I guess walk me back. This was from the STAR test, or it's a federally mandated designation that
Correct.
came from the STAR test?
Yes, our state accountability is reported to the federal department, and then they have a requirement that designates whether a campus is comprehensive, targeted, additional targeted, or no designation, depending on what your outcomes are.
So out of our
STAR
elementary schools,
outcomes.
these 2 were
Comprehensive,
comprehensive.
correct.
And so this is something that we started this school year to try to correct. And we get 2 school years to try to correct it.
That is correct.
So how much is the LASSO grant? I mean, how much are we talking about? I would think we'd want to go ahead, if there's something that's going to help those kids, then we would want to go ahead and implement that, whether we get the grant or not, if that's the best thing. But you got to
Yes.
tell us how much it is.
So the grant is, it is not a specific amount. It depends on the size of your district, and there's a total amount that the state has, and then they distribute that based on who applies for the grant.
Yeah, there's a window on how much we can get.
What would we doing, though, that would be the best for the kids regardless of the LASSO? That's what I would think we'd want to do.
Yes, so the training and support for the principals, my increased involvement and support of those principals on a weekly basis, in the instructional supervision, the PLC process we've already started with. And so what we're hoping is with the LASSO grant, so the difference between the 2 would be with the LASSO grant, we can choose a state approved provider that would support additional external supports to come in and provide additional training and supports for teachers and principals at the
And
campuses.
without the LASSO grant,
Without the
we can't do
LASSO
that?
grant, we won't have access to those resources, so we'll have to provide that internally.
Okay. So is it a particular grade in these campuses, or is it?
It's overall scores for grades 3 through 5, and then Mary can probably explain a little bit about those.
Yeah,
demographics.
it is our STAR scores, and it is done by certain groups. We look at the racial and ethnic makeup. We look at the ELs and all of their performance, and we look at it for over a period of 3 years and how those schools have performed, and that's how they get on the list. And then we look at the state, and they look at the lowest 5% of the schools in the state of Texas that receive the title designation. If they're not a title school, they're not included here.
Okay.
So these are all title schools that performed in the lowest 5% of STAR scores for the state of Texas in math and or reading, or a combination of both with the students.
Is ours a combination, or is it one or the other?
Ours is a combination.
Combination.
And closing the gap, that is there and has been there for a long time as far as looking at our data across the state. So that's our domain 3 student performance. And the state has to submit to the federal government what our criteria is, what our testing mechanisms are, what our approach is. And actually, we don't look at approaches. That's the other thing, closing the gap.
we look at the passing rate for meets. They have to meet. The feds don't look at approaches as passing for this standard.
So our state considers approaches for passing, the federal
Feds do
government does
not.
not.
For closing the gap.
So-
If the child grows 1 year, if they have not.
If they don't get the meet
meets,
standard, yeah.
It doesn't
Doesn't
matter.
matter.
So we have to have both of those factors into our goals.
We were commenting that the test wasn't really an accurate reflection of learning, so this didn't factor in at all in this case for these scores.
No,
They
because
haven't-
it's completely from the Department of Education at the federal level.
Well, I would hope that we would do whatever we need to do regardless of whether we get a grant or not.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Okay.
And that's where I'm very grateful for the team, is that we actually started this process, and that was one thing that when we were on our phone call with Texas Education Agency, they repeatedly stated, Eagle Mountain Saginaw, we need for you, and we were able to go, we've already started that in June. We were able to start this, and they have made several comments that we are always ahead of the game, and we're surprised at everything that we had already started because we have already done the research of what needs to be done moving forward. And so that was a nice recognition from the state from that standpoint.
So even if we really improve the scores in this next session in the spring, we'll still have that same designation for
2 years.
With the addition of the word progressing.
Yeah.
Yes,
Which is what we want.
yes.
All right, we want that.
I don't remember this in the past. Is this a new thing for us, or am I just not remembering this?
We have not had to be
On this list.
on this list.
Before.
Ever?
Well, we've
Yeah,
had
yeah.
improvement, but not comprehensive. This is our first time to have comprehensive schools on the list.
Anything else?
And just for verification, because I'm not so sure if the board understands this, in Eagle Mountain Saginaw, because every district can identify differently, we choose to only have our elementary schools identified as title campuses. So that's why you only tend to see our elementary.
Thank you for your work on this and forward thinking. We really appreciate it so much.
Thank you.
Okay, it is currently 6:02 PM on December 16th, 2024. The board will now recess for dinner and then reconvene in a closed meeting pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. Section 551.071 for the purpose of private consultation with the board's attorney regarding litigation, a settlement offer, or a matter in which the duty of the attorney needs to be present. Section 551.072 for the purpose of carrying out a purchase, exchange, lease, or value of a real property. Section 551.074 for the purpose of deliberating the appointment, employment, reassignment duties, or dismissal of a public officer or employee. Section 551.076 for the purpose of deliberations regarding the deployment or specific occasions of implementation of security personnel or security audits. And section 551.0821 to discuss specific personal identifying information about a student. This is a public meeting of the Board of Education of the Eagle Mountain Saginaw Independent School District. The board is reconvening the public meeting on December 16th, 2024 at 7:14 PM. I apologize that we were a little bit late. And we will now consider the subject set forth in the posted agenda. So my favorite part of this evening is always our opening ceremony. And tonight we have Comanche Springs Elementary School. And Mrs. Hatley is here to present her fabulous group.
Great. Good evening, school board. Good evening, Dr. Chadwell. What a great night for us to be here, your last meeting.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you for the invite and thank you for all your years of service.
Thank you.
We greatly appreciate you at Spur Nation. And here we have with us today, Lucy Wardlaw. She's a first grader and her parents are Brock and Catherine Wardlaw. Stand up, Lucy. Wave to your mom and dad. They'll wave back. She's a member of PACE. She likes water parks and math. She plays the violin, and recently she performed in a Christmas recital. And her favorite thing of first grade is to get to be with her best friends, and that's Lucy Wardlaw. Paisley Galbraith, stand up, please. Paisley is a second grader. His coach, Brittany Galbraith, is right next door at Prairie Vista. And the best thing about school is playing with friends, and she loves writing. And to go out of town to see Grandma and Grandpa in Lampasas and cook s'mores. That's Paisley. Our third grader is William Carrillo. He's a third grader, and his parents are over here, Tina and Frederick Carrillo. He likes to play soccer outside of school, loves math, learning division and multiplication, and loves to visit grandparents because they give him presents. Next, we have Nathan Mabui. He is a fourth grader, and he is in the honor choir, and he likes to play with his friends. He loves math because he's good at it, and likes to play soccer and loves to sing. And his mother is right here, Francine Nagula. Okay. Next, we have fifth grader. We have Lily Pope. Lily is a fifth grader, and her parents are Allison and Daniel Armstrong. Turn around and wave at him. She loves to build Lego sets, but the one great thing about this young lady is she's president of the Spur Ambassadors at Comanche Spring Elementary School. And she likes to help with our life skill classes because that's one of her favorite things to do. And then we have Kenley Luna. And Kenley's mother is here, Jenny True, and she's president of our Kindness Club. She likes to dance Cambodian cultural dance and performs at the Dallas Cambodian Temple. She likes to help out in the community by picking up trash. And these are our wonderful Spurs from Comanche Springs. You want to step forward? Over here. All right.
Please stand and join in the United States flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now please join me in the Texas pledge.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Now please join us in the moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Chad. And school board
And school board
members. Their voices will be louder when they get to the grade.
Thank you so much. Comanche Springs Elementary School, first through fifth grade. You did a great, excellent job. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to start now with communications, and we have several special recognitions. So our first is Miss Carla Hardy. She has a recognition on the holiday card artists.
Yes, good evening, Dr. Tolbert, Dr. Chadwell, and board. Thanks so much for giving us a moment of your time tonight. Dr. Chadwell, we want to echo what everyone else has said. Thanks so much for your support of fine arts in our district for so many years. For the last decade now, the visual arts students in our district have been submitting the artwork for the district's holiday greeting card. And this year's artwork was proudly submitted by the artists at Eagle Mountain High School. Members of the board, as we recognize them, I want to let you know that you do have a copy of this year's card at your seat tonight. Would you please look, the bells on this year's card were created by Mackenzie Kimball, a sophomore at Eagle Mountain High School. Mackenzie, if you'll join me up here, please. The candy canes on this year's cards were created by Linya Rode, an 11th grade artist at Eagle Mountain High School, and she is also a foreign exchange student in our district from Germany. Linya, if you'll join me, please. Both Linya and Mackenzie are in Miss Lindsay Fletcher's studio at Eagle Mountain High School. She's been in our district for 6 years. The previous 5 before she came to Eagle Mountain High School were spent at Saginaw. Miss Fletcher, if you'll join us up here. And if you'll all join me in giving them a round of applause as we give them a copy of this. This incredible opportunity for creativity and publication rotates between our 4 high schools, and next year's card will be designed by the visual arts students at Boswell High School. So on behalf of Fine Arts and all of our directors and over 19,000 students, I want to wish you all a very happy holiday, and thank you again for the opportunity to showcase our students' talents.
Thank you, beautiful cards. I loved getting mine in the mail. I knew immediately when I opened it, it was awesome. Okay, our next one is Mrs. presentations.
Good evening, board. Dr. Chadwell. I have the privilege of leading you in the next couple of recognitions. The first one, we have a special guest presenter here today. I would like to invite Mr. Michael Peterson. He is board chairman of the North Texas Commission with a special recognition for Dr. Chadwell.
Good evening. Thank you very much, trustees, for allowing me to make a few remarks tonight and address the board. My name is Mike Peterson, and I'm the Vice President of External Affairs at AT&T. But tonight, I am here in my capacity as Chairman of the Board of the North Texas Commission. It is my honor to be with you all tonight to express appreciation on behalf of the NTC Board to my fellow board member, Dr. Jim Chadwell. As he has here in Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD, Dr. Chadwell continues to be a fearless champion of public education in our region. He is a valued source and a go-to leader for the Commission, our region, and our state. The NTC values our advocacy initiatives to protect public education, which is vital to our future workforce. And Dr. Chadwell has played a vital role to our mission. Dr. Chadwell, thank you for your exceptional service on our board of directors since January of 2020. You are a respected leader and a strong advocate for education here in North Texas and across the state, and we appreciate your commitment to the NTC more than you know. We have a small token of appreciation for you. Please accept this Crystal Eagle. I'm supposed to take it out, but it's large and I don't want to drop it. In appreciation for your leadership to the North Texas region. The eagle is a symbol of strength, of pride, ferocity, and focus, all certainly appropriate and fitting for such a dynamic and respected leader as yourself. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Out of the box, we must see it. Let him get it, he drops it.
Some assembly required.
Who knows what it would look like? No.
Photobomb.
Oh, Eagle.
I'm going to ask Dr. Chadwell if he would just stay down here, if we could. We're going to continue the recognitions tonight. We do have another one for Dr. Jim Chadwell. It's tradition when we have someone who, someone in our leadership area or someone who has had major contributions to the community or to our school district to receive the district's highest honor, which is the EMS ISD I Carry the Torch Award. And so for your 14 years of leadership to our district and 31 years to public education, on behalf of the board, and I would ask if y'all would like to come down for a nice photo opportunity, the board would like to present you with the I Carry the Torch Award from EMS ISD.
Just want to say seriously, just a few words, because I know tomorrow we're going to have a acknowledgement and I'll save my words for that. But now that the room is full, I just want to say thank you to each of you. If you don't know me very well, I don't like any of this. It makes me feel really uncomfortable, but it is nice. Okay. If I'd known that retirement was going to be so great, I would have done it earlier. People were so nice to me. I've said that before, but anyway, I just want to say thank you. I want to thank everyone in this community. I want to thank our board. It's a privilege to serve with you. And I know I'll again say some things tomorrow, but I just wanted y'all to hear it in this room. I have a lot of gratitude and thankfulness for my family and for me to be able to be in this community and to serve. So it's a wonderful community. Just appreciate each of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. All right.
All
So
right.
Roman, you have another one.
I do have one more. And as we close out December here in just a few short days here in the district and a few weeks, really, it's very fast. We are looking ahead to January and we're going to continue a recognition of leadership, but this time it is for our board. January is School Board Recognition Month as designated by our state governor and the Texas Association of School Boards. Our trustees volunteer their time to provide direction for the district in your service to our community, our schools, our students, and our educators. So tonight, we would like to pledge to join the statewide recognition by proclaiming January 2025 as School Board Recognition Month in Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD. This year's theme is Leadership for Tomorrow's Texas, which is very appropriate as we move to this transitional time. So we are excited for the leadership that you continue to provide. We encourage our community to thank our school board members for their dedication to our students and employees and to recognize their contributions to our district. Next month, we will be having the traditional, all of our campuses will be having posters and things, and they're going to decorate this boardroom for you to thank you for your service. And so in your packet, you have a proclamation to officially let us join this effort, this statewide effort to honor you for your service. So we thank you for that.
Thank you very much. We have some special introductions. Mr. Walter Behringer.
Dr. Tolbert, members of the board, Dr. Chadwell. I want to echo what everyone else has said, and I'll say I'm humbled I've been able to serve alongside of you for your mentorship, for your leadership. Grateful not only public conversations, but also all of the guys in the EMS. I said if anyone did anything for you, the least that you could say is thank you. Say thank you. Dr. Tolbert, I have the esteemed privilege of being able to introduce our next Fine Arts Director. It seems like I've been in front of you all a number of times with this introduction, so I feel like I have it memorized. But nonetheless, I'm excited to introduce Ms. Carla Hardy as our...
I'm in. Yay!
Sorry, I was taking pictures of kids. My apologies.
They told me that when you heard my voice, you just walked out, but I thought that was a myth.
Thought that was still a secret.
Okay, never mind that. Dr. Tolbert, Ms. Hardy is a two-time graduate of Wayland Baptist University with both her master's and her bachelor's degree, along with her husband, who is a former fine arts teacher in EMS ISD. She and her husband, Jared Hardy, have two children. Jacob Hardy, who is a freshman at Guns Up, Texas Tech, and is studying music education as well. Lily, their daughter, is a sophomore at Chisholm Trail High School. She was the 2018 Distinguished Alumni recognized at Wayland Baptist. Also, she was the Teacher of the Year for Chisholm Trail High School in 2018, where she also was the secondary EMS ISD Teacher of the Year, and then went on to represent us at the regional level. In 2018, which seems to have been a great year for Ms. Hardy, she was recognized as the Jostens Renaissance National Educator of the Year as well. As a music teacher at Chisholm Trail High School, many of her students went on to represent her leadership and also the campus at TMEA as all-state choir members, TCDA honor choir members, and TSSEC outstanding soloists. So I am honeymoon happy and peacock proud to be able to welcome Ms. Carla Hardy as the next Fine Arts Director in EMS ISD.
Welcome, Ms. Hardy. Go finish taking pictures. I said, go finish taking pictures with your children. Okay, we also have another introduction from Human Resources, Dr. Gamel.
Good evening, President Tolbert, Dr. Chadwell, members of the board. I am super excited and grateful to have a presentation tonight, so I too can say thank you to Dr. Chadwell for your service, for your mentorship, just for your character, who you are and how you lead. So thank you so much. It's been an honor to serve with you. And I'm excited to call Mr. Carlos Vilo to the podium. His family is here with him tonight. If you guys can stand as we read. We are pleased to introduce Mr. Carlos Vilo as the new Human Resources Coordinator. Mr. Vilo is a seasoned law enforcement professional with 29 years of dedicated service, including 16 years specializing in school-based law enforcement with Mansfield Independent School District and most recently with Cedar Hill Independent School District. Mr. Vilo has demonstrated a commitment to fostering safe and secure educational environments, effectively balancing enforcement and community engagement. Throughout Mr. Vilo's career, he has excelled in numerous roles, ascending from patrolman to detective, sergeant, and lieutenant. Carlos earned his bachelor's degree in criminal justice administration from Bellevue University in Bellevue, Nebraska, and furthered his education in leadership and management at the Bill Blackwood Law Enforcement Management Institute of Texas Leadership Command College. as well as the Institute for Law Enforcement Administration. Mr. Belo is happily married to Stacy and is the proud father of 4 adult children, 2 of which are here tonight. Both Casey and Carly are here, and Jade and Carlos Jr. are unable to be with us here tonight. And we just want to welcome you to the EMS family.
Okay, we did not finish our reports from 5 o'clock, so we will be going back to those again. But for those of you that were here for the opening ceremony or all the fun things, you are welcome to stay. But if you would like to go home and do something fun, like watch a Christmas show or something, feel free. So thank you so much for coming. Okay, so we will go back to our reports, and we left off Mr. Welch with the foreign trade zone request for DHL Lego.
Since this is an action item, can we just have a report before the action item?
Oh, we could?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
That's all right.
Is that okay with the board?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll move that. Okay, perfect. Okay, our next Education Services report is Mr. Behringer, again.
Calisthenics.
About the calendar.
Last calendar to vote on. Yep. Y'all never like my calendar questions.
Dr. Tolbert, Dr. Chadwell, I'm humbled by the opportunity to be able to present a draft of the 25, I see that smile on my face, 25, 26.
I love the calendar.
Instructional calendar. I'd like to be able to highlight just a couple of things just to ensure that we're paying homage to the work that was done to get to this place and speaking with students, staff, and community members. A couple of things that were part of the charge were ensuring that we have a full week for Thanksgiving break. Also a 2-week winter break that included 3 weekends uninterrupted, excuse me, and then a week for spring break, and then 2 bad weather days, of which I'll kind of talk about here in a little bit. As you look at the calendar that should be there in front of you, and then of course up on the screen, very, very similar to the instructional calendar as we have it on this school year. And I wanted to identify a couple of things that are different that you'll see on this draft that we did not have this school year. The first one is, if you go down to October, there is an additional day there for that 3-day weekend that was proposed. And the proposal is to add a day there. When we were working on the calendar and getting feedback from the community and teachers, one of the things that we talked about was wanting to have a fall break. But when you look at our calendar, when you look at the instructional minutes and then our tiered transportational system, we were not able to have a true fall break as some of the other districts may have. However, when we look at the minutes and also the number of days that we need to make sure that we serve, we were able to add an additional day in October, which would allow for a 5-day weekend for student, and then also a 4-day weekend for our staff members. Moving down to November, you see that there is Thanksgiving there. The green days that are represented in the draft are also a request for us to have that time for teachers to be able to input grades at the end of grading periods. And we wanted to ensure that we were keeping that time true for our staff. December is a reflection of what you heard me say, which is 2 weeks off with 3 weekends for that winter break. In January, again, having thank you, sir. In January, again, having those, first of all, New Year's Day, and then also the Friday off with a staff development day on the 5th, and then students to return on the 6th. The 19th there is a holiday, MLK Day. February, again, is the end of a 6-week grading period, and so we also have a holiday in February with the early release on the front end for our students. March, spring break, 1 full week, and an early release day because, again, that is the end of a 6-week grading period. Looking at April for 2026, Easter is on the 5th. So again, a lot of the feedback that we've had over the course of the last few years have been to be able to, if possible, have a 4-day weekend for the Easter holiday for our stakeholders. And then in May, the school year ending on the 29th. Now, one of the things that I did not start with, we moved the beginning of the school year, I guess, forward a week, because one of the things that we've looked at is the graduation date, and then trying to end the school year right up against the graduation date so that we would have staff members that are able to participate in fellowship during the graduation for our, at this point, 4 high schools that will be graduating on the 30th of May.
Missed that.
Questions?
I just had a question. With the addition of the day in October, so how many minutes are still baked in before those bad weather makeup days have to kick in?
Say it one more time.
So I know we had enough minutes kicked in that you don't immediately have to take the bad weather. I thought that used to be 2 days. So is that just 1 day now before the bad weather makeups kick in because we took a day in October for?
Are you saying that, or adding that day, does that go into our minutes? Is that what you're asking?
I thought I understood you to say that's how you got it, was from minutes.
No, ma'am. We have enough minutes. We actually have 79,650 minutes.
Right, and
which
so we
ends up
used to
being-
have over the minutes, so that's,
Correct.
so the first time we had to take a bad weather makeup day, we didn't have to actually.
Correct. That's still the, yes, ma'am, that is
So
still
we
the
used to have
case.
2 and now we just have 1?
We have 9 because of the minutes that are banked.
Yeah, oh, we have 9.
We have 9 banked days. Yes, ma'am.
I noticed that, and maybe feedback from teachers, I mean, I like it from education, just the beginning of school, starting not on a Monday, where teachers have those couple days, you know, and I guess just how it falls too with the first, them kind of having that first day, and then as they get in, then a couple days before there, and then same thing in January. You know, not, they get back in and have a day in classroom and all that kind of stuff before they get kids back the next day. And I've heard that feedback enough from when I was teaching. That was,
you're correct. That's some of the feedback that we received, not wanting to start on a Monday, especially when you are thinking about the younger grades, the early ed students, and that being a long week. We heard that pretty consistently from parents and stakeholders.
Appreciate all the time after Christmas, because I know teachers would tell me they'd rather have the time after Christmas than before, because every day before Christmas is just getting ready for Christmas. It's not really stuff they want to do, so I appreciate that.
Questions?
I think it's great.
Impressive. Impressive, Steve.
But we will,
Any other questions or comments?
of course, this is a draft to.
You sure we can't add any more teacher work days there early? I mean, you know.
More than 8?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we used to have 10 or something. I mean, I think that's down from what it used to be. I'm being facetious. I'm glad it is. I think it should be less than that, but anyway.
Is that a state requirement?
At least it's just 8.
The state, they actually give you up to 2,100 minutes to have for staff development. We actually have, I believe, 1980, I want to say, 1980.
What's the state, is there a state minimum? You said you gives up to 2,100 minutes of professional development. Is there a minimum?
Not that I've seen or that I'm aware of.
There is no minimum.
I don't think there's a minimum. There's a minimum training requirements.
Training requirements.
Teachers are required to work by State Education Code 187 days. And so it's wherever you want to put those days throughout the school year. We made a very conscientious decision on probably right before COVID, that we wanted to give our teachers as many holidays during the school year as possible. And so this is how we were able to have teachers have actual days off prior. Concerning the days prior to the first day of school, the reality of it is it all comes down to the way a calendar falls. And it's all based off of the graduation, just like Mr. Behringer stated. But also, Mr. Daughtry, just a side note as well, the state requirements is only one teacher workday. We actually go above and beyond that with our teachers.
So we can give them more than that if we choose to do so.
We chose to do so starting, well, I don't want to say, but the past several years, we've allowed 2 work days to work in the classroom officially, and then the half day if they're able to get the standards instruction done during the summer.
Okay. I'm getting off the board, so I mean, I'm not going to dwell into this, so go ahead.
Well, and Mr.
And we'll miss
Daughtry,
it too.
we completely understand. What you're also finding is, again, they have to have 187 work days, but there's now federal and state requirements for professional learning. And so we were able to adjust what we could to still meet all the federal state requirements, but respect for our teachers to give them additional time to work in their classrooms.
I'm gonna assume we can't expect school to always start on a Wednesday, right? Or not on a Monday. Like Blake said, teachers like it, but we haven't always been able to do that in the past. Probably, is that a priority for us now to not start on a Monday, or it's kind of if it works out, would you say?
I would say a little bit of both, right? One of the things that we try to do is take the feedback from our teachers, from our parents, from our students. And one of the things that we've heard consistently is if we can start on a Wednesday, please allow us to start on a Wednesday. The times that it's able to work, we absolutely want to make it work. And so that's what we do.
Because this is the first year we will not started on a Monday, correct? Or did we last year? I'm sorry.
Not last year.
We haven't been able to,
Okay.
but if you'll notice with this calendar, we're also doing passing more.
Okay. Dana was in charge of the calendar.
Looks great. You start on September 3rd, it's a Wednesday.
Thank you, Mr. Behringer. We're going to move on. We're going to move along.
No, well, I will say this, that is one of the places that we have to start out. But once again,
Like a good
you
idea.
still
to me.
have to have so many days.
And then
so
we'll
that
go
that
into
just
Nov-
puts us going further into
Go into June.
Or not have as many
And
days
not a
off.
clean break day Christmas.
And not
What,
have,
wait, what did you say, Marilyn?
or not have as many days off.
Oh, okay.
And that's not a good thing
Oh,
either.
okay.
So.
Yes, I would like to retract my shot
Yes,
at
thank
you. You were always really good at explaining
Thank you,
why we do
thank you,
this,
Mr.
'cause it
Bose.
Always, teachers want it, but then they don't want to give this up. So there's always a road.
There's always a cost on both ends, but what I will say, and this is where I greatly appreciate Mr. Behringer and Ms. Sanders prior to that, is we do listen to our stakeholders. We do not do a one-time shot survey. And I'm purposely saying this for everybody to be able to hear, because surveys will always come back where it's almost a 50-50 split. And so no matter what, you're not being able to provide the community and the stakeholders really the best calendar plan. We are extremely blessed in this district and with our community and stakeholders to be able to really listen to our stakeholders throughout the entire school year in the summer. And if it works, we do everything in our power to make it work.
I pray that does not negate my compliment.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
We appreciate you both. Okay, next up is Ms. Tucker on the Texas High Quality Material Resource Transition Plan.
Good evening, President Tolbert, Dr. Chadwell, members of the board. Thank you, Mr. Behringer, for riling everyone up, so that we're ready to go for this. So tonight, I'm excited to be presenting the EMSIC Texas High Quality Materials Resource Transition Plan for the 2025-2026 school year. Our focus tonight is going to be on the changes regarding instructional resources for mathematics and reading language arts, as well as our strategic decisions while we move forward. Bluebonnet Learning is the new state-owned curriculum which is included on the State Board of Education's approved list of high-quality instructional materials, meaning that it meets 100% of the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills, the TEKS, and the applicable English language proficiency standards known as ELPS. After a thorough review and piloting this program in some classrooms in our district, it is evident to us that Bluebonnet Learning aligns with our educational goals, and it aims to enhance student learning. Beginning in spring of the 24-25 current school year, this is after STAR, we will transition to Bluebonnet Learning for our kindergarten through 8th grade mathematics curriculum. We do believe that this transition will provide our students with high quality materials that are essential for their academic growth. After careful consideration, we have decided not to transition to Bluebonnet Reading Language Arts. Instead, we will continue using our current curriculum with an intentional focus on the RBs, when that stands for Research-Based Instructional Strategies, and we have a number of enhancements which I'm going to share with you in this presentation. I would like to go a little bit into how this decision was made about RLA curriculum. We did evaluate various state-approved instructional resources. However, only 2 full subject curricula received the approval from the State Board of Education in late November. Our decision to not adopt Bluebonnet Learning for RLA is based on several factors, including concerns about some of the reading passages in Bluebonnet Learning and the split vote by the SBOE during the approval process. We then even considered some of the partial subject approved curricula. One example is Amplify. It is a quality program that many districts have used successfully. Amplify wasn't actually submitted to be a full subject curriculum this year, but we do anticipate that they will do that later this year. However, our cost to implement Amplify this year for just our K-5 reading language arts classrooms would exceed $2 million. It's just not feasible at this time without additional state funding. So we plan on continuing our current reading language arts curriculum, including the following enhancements: increasing the text complexity in reading passages, a common commitment to instructional excellence. This one's huge for me. Common commitment meaning teachers, administrators, coaches, teaching and learning team, all of you, everyone. A focus on evidence-based discussions and writing, utilizing research-based instructional strategies effectively, internalizing lessons to promote deeper understanding, and establishing clear expectations for curriculum fidelity. In addition to those, we are simplifying. Currently, today, we've been working on it, simplifying the curriculum resources for our K-5 reading language arts to make it easier for all teachers, new teachers and not so new teachers, to be able to focus on that internalization of the learning modules and personalizing it for each student. This planning year is crucial as we prepare our K-5 teachers for what we hope to be a very smooth transition to an SBOE approved reading language arts high quality instructional material for the 26-27 school year. We are aware that the 89th legislature has proposed many bills concerning instructional materials, which may require us to adapt this plan, and we are committed to staying focused, informed, and responsive to any legislative changes that could impact this plan. We appreciate your support and guidance as we move forward with these important decisions. Thank you for allowing me to share this tonight. I am happy to answer any questions or entertain any comments at this time.
Questions?
Well, as you could, we're going to use what we are currently using now for reading and language with these 6 things you mentioned, which they weren't clear to me. Not sure what curriculum fidelity is or internalization, but anyway, I'll leave that to the curriculum people, but
Uh-huh.
usually you follow the money on these deals. So who are we buying the one we are going to purchase? That's bought from the state.
Well,
Who
the
does the
one
money
we're
go?
going to purchase for math is Bluebonnet Learning. And it is the state's open education resource, which is actually free. It's free, however, it has to be printed. So there are printing costs and there are multiple types of funding that go into this. The state has given some, I don't know if I can say this, financial incentives if we purchase from this list of high quality instructional materials. That's what was voted on November 22nd, I believe was the date of the vote. And for math, there were a number of materials. We were very pleased with what we saw on Bluebonnet. So there will be funding for that. The benefit of us not choosing something else from the list, one of two things, for RLA means that we don't have to spend that additional money this year. We're going to keep using what we have. There will be some costs for some of the text and things like that. But the money that the state gives as incentive, as a financial incentive to choose a high quality instructional material rolls forward every year. So and we're very hopeful and very confident that there will be some quality curriculum resources out there for us next year. This was the very first year that companies could submit their work and say, hey, we want this to go on the list. So we've heard from vendors that they are planning on submitting, but since it was the first time, it's such a change. I don't know if I would have submitted mine either. So there weren't that many choices.
But the reason that, the reason they want to be on the list to be approved so that we can choose them. So what we're using now, we don't like it. We don't think it's working.
No.
Why wouldn't we just continue what we're?
We really do have quality curriculum documents. They are complicated. I'm just going to be really honest. They're complicated because there's so much good stuff there. And our teaching staff is changing over the years. We've talked about this quite a lot. And it's hard to come in and look through this folder and this folder and this folder.
Cindy, just one
Yes.
example is that when I went through, and probably all of us that are educators on this dais, we were taught lesson planning. And that's not actually something that's taught in schools of education now. The expectation is that the lesson planning is completed for you. There's actually state law now that prevents us from requiring state lesson planning, which is honestly,
Ludicrous.
it's just amazing. I mean, because that was what we were taught to do. We had to turn lesson plans in. We were taught the whole science of lesson planning and Madeline Hunter. You remember all of that. And now that's not something that's taught. And so part of this includes the lesson planning elements. And so one of the things she's talking about is being complicated. Curriculum has always had a complexity to it. The difference is that people coming into the profession now are not receiving the background knowledge in how to interpret those materials. And specifically on this, she mentioned Amplify. Dr. Barnes looked extensively at Amplify. If it is cost prohibitive to the millions of dollars, we would have liked to purchase that because we felt like a lot of the work is really good. Unfortunately, it wasn't approved by the SBOE this year. We felt like it will be in the future. And so part of this, our hope, is that if those funds roll forward, they get on the list, we're able to purchase that. And we actually, if it's on the list, we get more money per child to be able to expend on that.
Correct.
Did they submit and not get approved, or did they just not?
They did not
They did not
submit.
There's some
They-
drama.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just going to be
There's
nice.
some drama. They submitted as a partial subject, but they did not submit as a full subject. And so we're looking at full subject curriculum. I mean, we did look at it as a partial, but just the cost. So, and to go on with what Dr. Chadwell was saying about the lesson planning, you mentioned you weren't sure about internalization. And the whole idea is State Bill 1605 said we need to provide daily lesson plans for all of our teachers. And it's hard to say that because it's not that we don't want planning. Our teachers need to do a different type of planning. Instead of creating something from scratch or digging through 7 folders and trying to put together a 45-minute lesson or a 60-minute lesson, we're going to provide that, and we are already doing that. But the time they will have is to internalize the lesson, know it top to bottom, and then internalize their students' needs. Because a one-size-fits-all lesson doesn't exist. So we have to take a simplified resource and then think about each individual student in the classroom and how is this going to work for this student. It's a big shift.
Still very much a science, though, of teaching.
Mhm.
Very much a science.
What's the timeline for next year for, I mean, because it's odd that we're starting this mid-year kind of,
Right,
right? And so are
right.
they going to shore that up at some point and these will align to a school year better?
Things change on a day-to-day basis. They are going to open it up soon for companies and different groups to submit, and we're just going to watch that. The deadlines have changed as this process has gone. This is really planning for next year, but we've already taken the steps this year to start incorporating some of the things that we knew were coming. All of the 1605 regulations, we've already incorporated that into what we're doing now, and we're just going to use this spring to keep adding. I have a teacher at Gilliland right now that is piloting the Bluebonnet Mathematics, and she has said, let me be on a video to explain how great this is. And so we've got pockets of this. We have middle school math teachers that are teaching this curriculum and that are excited about it. It's not easy. It's going to be a shift in what Marilyn and I did when we taught together. It's just a shift. And so we're going to be here to support the teachers through that. We've got planning scheduled, some summer trainings and things like that.
Ms. Reed, to your point, the timing of this is a little odd. And part of this is there's been substantial delays at the state level. Lots of infighting in the SBOE, lots of challenges. The math curriculum went through like that. It was easy. It was like, I think it was an unanimous vote. The reading language arts has been really controversial on a number of levels, but there's concerns about the quality of it as well. And that's why we're looking at Amplify as an option. So it's unfortunate that we're in the middle of that. And as she said, most likely there'll be bills passed this next session that's actually going to affect instructional material availability as well. We're using new acronyms that we didn't use 2 years ago. Okay, open resource, anyway. It's become very difficult, and we'll go down one road and then that road, it's a dead end and we have to start over. So, and even the direction we thought the state was going to go changed in midstream as well.
So to the point you made a while ago with our experienced teachers that were making their own lesson plans and required to do so and such. Do we feel like that our more experienced teachers might have the most difficult time making this adjustment? Not that there would be pushback, but we feel like that's.
We have talked about that because we have teachers that have been here forever, and we have teachers that are brand new and have no college university training. So we have talked about that a lot. I will tell you just from personal experience in my own team, one of them went back to teach third grade last year because of budget concerns, and she's back with us this year. We're benefiting tremendously from her current experience, and she was an amazing teacher, and she said, no, hand me that. Just if you give me this, now I can work my magic starting from here instead of starting from here.
That's good.
It is going to be a change for our seasoned teachers. We're not gonna pretend like it's not, but we are considering everyone as we go through that.
I hope they embrace it. I really do. But I also hope that maybe in that journey of having them embrace it, we encourage them to lead well. If there are experienced teachers, they're probably successful teachers in saying, they've got to understand that this is state-driven and test-driven.
It is state-driven, and what we've always been able to do and get great scores isn't happening as well anymore. And so we have to look at how the test has changed, how things have changed for our students. And so we want to support every teacher from a baby teacher to a retiring teacher as they work with their individual students in mind.
Yeah, maybe they can help lead it.
Yes,
not feel like they're
absolutely.
being reduced.
So what'll really help is if the person that's doing the Bluebonnet math, their test scores in STAR are so much better than everyone around them. So are we expecting these little pockets to reflect on the STAR
So far
score?
in some of the testing that we've seen, the scores of a new teacher who's using Bluebonnet are higher than many others. So we're pleased. We're very pleased. We're excited about our second round of MAP testing. This isn't on the agenda, but it's coming up in January, and we hope to see growth and especially in those pockets and just see where we are and we'll see the data and we'll adjust from there. But it's looking promising.
Great. Other questions or comments? I will also say that if you hadn't had a chance to look at the board update, there's a very detailed information about the high quality instructional materials and the rollout. Very, very well done. Very good information. So, I mean, expanding on even this and what's to come. So if you hadn't had a chance to look at that yet, I would definitely pull that up and look at it again.
It's a
I
lot.
saved it because there's a lot in there and it was really good.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you
All right. Thank
very
you.
much. Appreciate it.
Mhm.
Okay, you ready? So it is currently 8:05 PM on December 16th, 2024. The board is going to recess in a closed and reconvene in a closed meeting pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act, because we didn't quite get finished with our work earlier. Texas Government Code Section 551071 for the purpose of private consultation with attorney. 551072 for the purpose of deliberating a purchase, exchange, lease, or value of a real property. 551074 for the purpose of deliberating the appointment, employment, or reassignment duties. 551.076 for the purpose of deliberation regarding the deployment or about security audits. And section 551082 involving the discipline of a public school child, or 5510821 specific to discuss specific personal identifying information about a student. Public meeting of the Board of Education of the Eagle Mountain Saginaw Independent School District. The board is reconvening the public meeting on December 16, 2024 at 8:33 p.m. And we'll now consider the subject set forth in the posted agenda. So now we are down to our action items. Thank you for your patience, so we could take care of the rest of the business we needed to. So our first action item is Mrs. Sanders regarding the approval of the comprehensive campus targeted improvement plans for Parkview and High Country Elementary.
I make a motion to approve the comprehensive campus targeted improvement plans of Parkview Elementary and High Country Elementary.
Second.
Motion by Tim, second by Ron. Any discussion, questions? All in favor? You opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Next, we have Dr. Waters regarding the class size waiver to TEA. Here you are again. For those waivers. You know I'm kidding you, but you know.
It makes it more fun for me.
These waivers.
Good evening, Dr. Tolbert, Dr. Chadwell, members of the board. Come to you tonight with need for some additional classroom waivers based on class size. We have 7 additional campuses that we need to add that have grown since last month.
I make a motion to approve the submission of the pre-kindergarten through 4th grade class size waivers as presented.
Second.
Motion by Tim, second by Paige. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Dr. Waters. Okay, Mr. Welch, you're going to give us a report on the foreign trade zone approval letter for DHL and Lego. And then we'll do an action item on it.
All right, wonderful. As you saw in your packet, we do have a request from DHL Lego for a foreign trade zone expansion. So currently, and if you'll, I think I've got this where you can see it. The district was presented with a foreign trade zone request from DHL Lego, a company with an existing distribution facility located within the school district. They have an existing foreign trade zone designation for that location at 5600 Mark Ford Parkway. It's in the far southeast corner of the district. This large facility that you see here on your screen, running perpendicular to 820. They are qualified. They're seeking an application for an additional FTZ designation and qualifying exemption at a smaller existing location at 2340 Providence Drive, which is down south of 820 here in the purple shaded hatched area. So a foreign trade zone is typically, or is a federally designated area that under Texas law qualifies for designees for ad valorem tax exemptions of imported inventory and inventory held for export. This economic incentive is intended to spur development around airports and ports of entry. The FTZ zones are regulated by the U.S. Department of Commerce and administered locally by grantees of the zones. Alliance Corridor, Inc. Serves as the grantee of the foreign trade zone number 196, and it comes, like I said, all the way down to into our district. And then if you look, so this new area, it's approximately 200,000 square feet in comparison to their existing facility, which is about 1 million square feet. The existing facility has about 500 employees. I'm anticipating that the new location would have about 100 employees. So again, spurring some economic development within the district. So as far as an economic impact, it's relatively neutral for EMS ISD because the inventories that would typically be exempt under the federal FTZ designation, they're already exempt under the state's Freeport inventory exemption, and the district has opted into that many years ago. And so really there's no difference because of all those Lego products, they move fast through their facilities.
Mr. Welch, just one other thing that the board should consider in this area is that as we go through the Mercantile Center, there's a good amount of available commercial property that currently has no structure on it. And as we support things like this, enterprises like this, we could encourage other growth in those undeveloped properties that could add to the tax base, and also could defray the city from rezoning those, like they've rezoned one to multifamily that's in the industrial park. And one way to not do that, right, is of course put commercial property in, which is what it's supposed to be. This encourages that kind of growth. It makes us business friendly and encourages those structures which do pay taxes. It's just the inventory inside that's moving through. It's not exiting here. It's only moving through as a distribution hub.
Why wouldn't they just put all their inventory in the one we've already granted?
They
just
are
have so much,
growing.
just too much?
Out of room.
They're growing. They actually, so they have a production facility further north in the Alliance area, which is, it's actually part of that part is located in Northwest ISD. And what they do there is all the products come in, I say all the products, all the pieces of Legos and all the packaging and everything, they do all the assembly there, and then all that comes to this distribution facility and goes all over. I mean, it's the Lego system is their company is huge. I think I noted that Lego is up to 27,000 employees working in 41 countries. And so anyways, there's a lot of activity for Lego right here within our district. And so continuing to support that, and like Dr. Chadwell said, the opportunity that will spur potentially other things. We already saw that with TTI Inc., who had an FTZ designation, started back in 2012, and they've been back to us twice as they continue to expand. One, taking over existing square footage and converting it into that was vacant, not being fully utilized, reutilizing that, and then continuing to build. They built another facility just outside of our district, just off the southern border, but they have continued to grow in this area. And it's, again, it all just kind of builds on itself. So,
Well, I move that we approve the letter of no opinion in expanding the foreign trade zone to DHL/Lego at its 2350 Providence Drive location.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion by Steve, second by Tim. Any other discussion, questions? All in favor? Anybody opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Mr. Welch, you also have information regarding election of members to the Board of Directors of the Tarrant Appraisal District.
Very well. So trustees, as provided in your agenda packet, TAD is holding their 2024 election for the Board of Directors to begin serving January 1st, 2025. This year's ballot is for all 5 positions appointed by the taxing entities as part of the restructuring of the board by the legislature, our last legislature. 2 of the 5 positions will be randomly selected after the board members are seated in January to serve 1-year terms, and the other 3 will have 3-year terms. This year, there are 14 nominees on the ballot. EMS ISD has 178 of the 5,000 votes among the taxing entities in Tarrant County. The nominees with the 5 highest cumulative totals will be elected to the board. We did provide biographical information for the nominees in the agenda packet. As for MS ISD Board of Trustees, you may make a recommendation to cast the 178 votes for 1 nominee or distribute them among multiple nominees, and adopting the included resolution authorizing the casting of the votes. You can also choose to take no action. From an administrative standpoint, I would recommend that based on what we are seeing with voting right now and the latest results, I would recommend that the board consider casting votes towards the candidates that are in a position to win and serve the interest of the district. At this point, that would be 87 votes for Gloria Pena, 87 votes for Wendy Burgess, 1 vote for Michael Alfred, 1 vote for Fred Campos, 1 vote for Alan Blaylock, and then 1 vote for Vince Puente.
So move.
Second.
Motion by Tim, second by Paige. Any other discussion, questions for Mr. Welch? All in favor? Opposed? Okay, motion carries 5-2.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Dr. Kern, thank you. Up next for consideration of teacher abandonment of a position.
Good evening, President Tolbert, Dr. Chadwell, and members of the board. I have for your consideration a contract abandonment EC through 3 instructional literacy coach, Lacey Reedy. This can be found on page 108 of your board book. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
I make a motion that the board find that good cause did not exist under section 21.105 C2 of the Texas Education Code for Miss Lacey Reevy to abandon her contract for the 2024-2025 school year. The board did not consent to her resignation, and that the board authorizes the superintendent to file a complaint with the State Board for Educator certification to seek sanctions for her abandonment of contract.
Second.
Motion by Tim, second by Ron. Any discussion, questions? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Being none, motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Okay, our next action item is Mr. Hunter Lee.
I think so. You made a mention 7F.
You've been in a tie a long time.
Yeah, that we decided, yeah, we can mention 7F that we were.
Just for the record, we are taking have requested 7F to not have any action taken. It's no longer relevant to the board agenda.
Good evening, President Tolbert, members of the board, Dr. Chadwell. The district performed an RFQ using the district's online bidding system for the installation and purchase of furniture at Wayside Middle School. 52 vendors were made aware of this project. Only 4 bid it. Of the 4, we received from Indico Sales, Lakeshore Learning, Lone Star Furnishings, and Meteor Education. Indico Sales was the only vendor who provided a full comprehensive quote for all the items specified in this project. Due to the price, quality of goods, and past history with EMS ISD, Indico Sales provides the best value for the district. Funding for this project will come out of the 2023 bond. I would like to bring your attention to the RFQ tabulation. If you wouldn't mind opening up to the last page, you will see some figures listed below the total for each column. And you'll see some text saying pricing compared to Indico per line item. Number indicates savings. So with our furniture, you guys have seen this document multiple times. We've had countless amounts of projects each and every year and have always had to bring furniture for approval. And this is just a comprehensive list of everything that's being provided for Wayside Middle School and the pricing for each product. And one of the things that we've done is we've standardized the furniture for every campus. You're going to see the same type of chairs, vision walls, the marker boards, desks, things of that nature. And we understand that the product that we've used is of good quality. The warranty provided for the product has been tremendous, and also the relationship that we've established with Indico and the service that they provided. But one thing that I want to highlight with these values here below, I wanted to identify the actual value and cost that we're receiving from the product that were specified compared to the market. And so what I did is basically for each line item, I compared the two and came up with a value of savings once subtracted from the other vendor compared to Indico's. And so you see between Indico and Meteor, it's actually $623,000 less than Meteor's product. And so compared to the market, we're actually getting an extremely good value on the furniture that we're specifying for Wayside. So with that being said, the recommendation is to award Indico Sales for the purchase and installation of miscellaneous furniture items for Wayside Middle School replacement in the amount of $1,513,603.
So moved.
Motion by Blake, second by Page. Any discussion, questions?
Well, I comment, I think I've been a part of the school district and we've opened several new high schools and stuff back whenever I was athletic director. And I know it's a hard job, but when you have a company that you've done previous business with and they've done such a good job for the school district like Indico, when you have them giving you a bid on everything and you've got these other companies that come in and give you partial bids and won't give you the full deal, and you try to start hodgepodging all that other stuff and you don't know them, that becomes a nightmare. Right. So I'm just happy that y'all are able to have a relationship with a company like Indico or someone else that has done such a good job for the school district through the years, and that y'all can bring someone like that to us to vote on. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Okay, anything else? Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Thank you, Hunter. All right, any questions about routine monthly reports? All right, board planning calendar, Dr. Chadwell.
Yes, this is on page 165 of your packet. Reports for the next meeting. We start with the audit update, evaluation of fund balance, and a budget amendment if needed. Educational services report will include Aspire 2027, of course, the monthly construction update. Under communications, we have, I love January. I'll miss that because of the board recognition month. The whole room will be decorated, of course, in appreciation for your work, and we're very thankful for that and all the efforts put into that. Under action items, we have the financial audit report. We're deep in the process of that right now. Adopt a call order for the 2025 school trustee general election, 24-25 budget amendment if needed. Also setting the July 25 through June 26 board meeting dates. You shouldn't expect any changes there. They're consistent with what we've been doing, but if you see anything on that you have questions about, just let us know. And also submission of a class size waiver if needed. Hopefully it won't be. And finally, conduct public hearing for the Texas Academic Performance Report.
Wait a minute, you're not going to be here for the January 21st board meeting?
I'm going to come and just sit in the audience. And
Okay, I just, you said you weren't going to be here. I was just.
Well, I'll be someplace.
Okay, thank you. All right, consent agenda. Any, get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second. Motion by Steve, second by Paige. Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, board president's announcements. Today I learned, I think we all learned that Dr. McCown from Chisholm Trail High School has won the TAASP, is that right? Pardon me?
Yes.
Yes. Principal of the Year. Very exciting, very well deserved. So happy for him. And I think that's awesome. That was really, really awesome. Was
Sure, he's watching right now.
very well deserved. Very, 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 very happy for him. And then as we come to almost the close of this meeting, this will be his last official board meeting on the dais. Dr. Chad will be presiding. So that being said, I want to thank you on behalf of the board and myself for embodying and representing truly a culture of excellence for this district.
Thank you.
We will miss you. I have more to say, but I'll say that for tomorrow. But we do appreciate you, and I know that this whole Dr. Chadwell and I were in classes together getting our doctorate, so I remember those days, and he was always at his chair working feverishly, and the rest of us were chatting up and talking, and he was always business. So anyway, we will miss you. We will miss you terribly, but we wish you well and hope you have a wonderful time in your next chapter, and your wife and family are going to be so happy to,
Yeah,
for
they're
you to be
ready.
home. So,
Yeah.
right, so,
They're ready.
so
They think
thank
they're
you.
ready. I don't know if they're ready.
Well, they're probably
We'll
not
see.
going to be ready,
We'll
but.
see till I'm home.
But we thank you. And for those of you, hopefully you know, but we do have his retirement reception tomorrow here from 4:30 to 6:30. So we hope that you, those of you that are watching, will come by and say hello and thank him for his 14 years of hard work and dedication to this district. And we've been through a lot, and he's done a lot. And Fort Worth Report wrote a beautiful article and really talked about how he shepherded this district through the growth, and it was an excellent article and really epitomizes what you are. So you're welcome. With that being said,
Madam President?
yes. Yeah, would y'all like to have some? Would others like?
No,
to-
go ahead. I'll save mine for my last motion.
Oh, they were making a motion. You want to say?
Go ahead.
You sure? All right, okay. Well, I have one last item, and there's always a chance to mess this up, right? I'll try not to. But we have a few things just to kind of go over real quick. Reading Festival at all high schools, January 13th. Really excited about that. That is a great evening. That's a tradition we started a number of years ago. Every school will have reading to kids, and if you want to come and do that, that's a lot of fun. Middle school open house on February the 3rd, and plenty of holidays, of course, are listed there too. So I know I'm going to reserve a lot of comments for tomorrow, but I know that some people watch this, and it's really, really appreciate the incredibly nice comments that have been made. And I'm very thankful to have served here. I've been thinking a lot and reflecting a lot on, teaching, becoming a teacher the very first year. And I don't think I imagined I would be at this point 31 years later. I don't think in your first year teacher, you think of anything. You just want to get through the first year. Second year is about the same. And I just am really thankful. And just coming here in 2010, serving with each of you. And I know two of the board members have served with you from the very beginning. You were on the hiring committee. Leadership team, individuals that are in here that are just incredible people that more than anything, I think there's just a consensus that we're here for children. And, we think about what's best for kids and to work with people that every day wake up that way, but also that they have an incredible kindness to care about others and to try to make the best decisions. I always say we have two of people's most valuable things, right? We have their children, which is the most valuable thing they have, and their money, right? And we're responsible for that. And I think we take that really serious. And to work in a team, in a community that cares about kids. And I look out into this room, people I've had so many individual conversations with. I was there, got to interview you and hire you and to assemble a team of people that just do an incredible job. And I'm just really excited to see where this district will go and what it will do. I'm excited for Dr. Hollingsworth and our time working together in Grapevine Colleyville. We got to know each other very, very well. I know that he'll serve this district very well and do a wonderful job serving with heart and compassion and care and knowledge. And also, I know that everybody else in this room will too. I think one thing that's special about Eagle Mountain Saginaw is that we're truly about one another and not just what we do, but how we do it. So we test one another of what is the right decision and how do we carry that decision out. So I'm getting into tomorrow's comments right now. Sorry about that. But I just wanted to say thank you again. I care about each of you, and I just feel so grateful that I've known you. Okay, thank you.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, perfect.
Madam President, seeing there's no further business to come before this board except the acknowledgement of our leader, Dr. Jim Chadwell, and I know some other board members may want to make a comment also. So I'm altering my end of the meeting, motion that has never been altered in 30 years. So feel honored, but it's been a privilege and honor to work beside you for the 14 years, and I'm so glad we made that decision 14 years ago. You've made us proud of it, and everything you've done has been in the best interest of kids in our district and of the school district, and there's nothing more than we could have asked of. So we appreciate it.
And I will second that motion because, and I'm going to try not to get choked up when I do this because Jim, you are the quintessential superintendent. We could not have asked for somebody to lead this district through all of the challenges we faced with so much integrity, so much intelligence, so much heart for kids, just a beautiful leader, a visionary individual, and it has been a pleasure to serve alongside you. I say, well, my biggest accomplishment as a board member was hiring you, and I'm glad I was on that original committee to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you for serving us so well.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else? Anybody else? Okay,
Madam President, therefore I make a motion, we adjourn.
motion by Steve,
Which I seconded.
second by Paige, all in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Meeting adjourned. Thank you all very much. Sorry, y'all, 9 o'clock.